Good evening. Posting to Twitter. Hope you're all having a good day so far. I know I am. Probably. Sure. We'll go with that. But yeah, I'm excited. We're gonna be going into part 4 of the investigation for case 5 in a moment here. Let me just switch it. Okay, I can switch it over to the game in a second. Let me just double check that I got the part right. that'll be the first. I did. I'll switch it over to the game. But yeah, we're doing it. part part 4 of the investigation. It's like the longest investigation so far. And yep, we'll just be getting straight in. The 16th of April, 1:26 p.m., Windibank's Brokery. That's the word. Here we are again, at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? 1 second, let me see if this... Well, that might have helped the bitrate a little bit. Oh no, it's Gregson's voice? Okay, wait. What was his voice again? I think it's something like... 1 second. I've almost got it. I'm gonna mess this up, it's fine. What is it now? You should go home and get some rest. Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers. Your ladyship? How? I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is. I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. Ah, lovely. Well, let's see now. Ah, yes. I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime then? Do as you please. You know where it happened? Through that door behind the counter. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windibank and Gina. Right. Well, are we getting back to business then? Will you be investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector? If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever. even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the Yard needs to investigate urgently. That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. So, what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, Sunshine. Okay, Susato's voice. Come then, let us not waste any time. We've done it. We get to look around the crime scene now. First of all, I do remember something about a box, so we're gonna look at this box. Alright. These shelves are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. Yes, it's a really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example? Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know. Are you all right, Runo? Oh, it's just, well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them. Even that horse statue. That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever. Oh, so it's not that box? It would have been a forfeited article, though, so... Guess we can... The police are scouring every inch of this place, by the look of it. Instructions from the Yard are to examine every article in the shop and every ledger and book of accounts. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've added Ard ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifting through it all in shifts, at least, but still. We'll be working through the night, that's for sure. And even then, we'll barely have scratched the surface. A crime in a pawnbroker's. It must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every copper's worst nightmare, you know. A crime in a pawnbroker's. He then went and said it. Oh, wait, would that be look here. Oh, yes, a bullet hole. And I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Was that from... Presumably Mr. Windowbank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. That's probably the shot that hit Sholmes, if I had to hazard a guess. Ah, well... Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry? It's all there in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, you know? Isn't that right, Iris? Ah, did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps? In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It's quite a dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once. Forget that for now, Runo. Let's examine this bullet. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? A suspicious red stain on the calendar. Aha! I may be well able to help with that. What? There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Runo? I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it. You see, when it comes to blood, we're all different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. So you need this. Oh no, what is that scary looking thing? Hurley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. It turned... oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed? There, does it make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. Good. It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at in a flash. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's bleedin' great. So, whose blood are we looking at then? Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood a different color. So... just find someone whose blood turns the same color and you'll know who it belongs to in a flash. It's more like 2 flashes, really, isn't it? One flash or 2. This could well turn out to be a very valuable clue. So, we must make a note of it in the court record. The blood sample has been entered into the court record. Oh, it's a blood samples portfolio? Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have reagent left, sure. Well, there's... oh wait, I can still... is it just going to have me... green blood? It just seems wrong, somehow. Oh, there's all sorts of different colors. There are pretty pinks and purples too, you know. Like I said, everyone's blood is different. I wonder what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. I'll talk to this policeman. This officer has been staring intently at the walls since before we came in here. Shh, keep it down. Sorry. There's a major clue just here. Really? Then we must tell Gregsy at once. But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over this shift. They really have a tough time, the British police. That doesn't stop us from investigating, though, does it? No, I suppose not. I'm fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at. Well, we already took a look at that before talking to him. So we are going to definitely want to look at the stuff on the desk over here. There's the article ledger here, and Mr. Windibank's notes, and what's this? It looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look on the back. There's some writing. Is there? Oh, show us, Susie, show us. "15th of February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited. 1. Gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th of April, 10:30 p.m. A gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1. Clearly, it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think... Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. And is still wearing, which belonged to McGilded. I would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. It seems Mr. Windibank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have on hand. But this photograph of a cat, it looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently. Oh, yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same as the one Ginny gave us earlier. Oh, of course. I was forgetting that she gave us that print. Well, what are you waiting for then, Mr. Naruhodo? Get it out. Alright. Let the cogs turn. Yes, they are exactly the same. Are they? I feel like they look slightly different. I could be slightly insane though, but... No, they are different. I'm 100% sure they're different. The cat is the same, but the pictures are not. I've got it. These two photographs hide an amazing secret. A secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really, really, really want to know? Yes, we need you to tell us all of you know about this pair of photographs. Alright, Iris, spill it. What's the secret? So, Iris, about these two photographic prints. The one we found here on Mr. Window Ink's counter, and the one that Gina gave us before. What is this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these two identical prints? Well, they're not identical. See, actually, that's not quite right. Sorry. Sorry? If you look carefully, the two prints are not the same. Not exactly. Thank you, Iris. They're not. Have another look at them now. Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other? I think so. It's very subtle though. Not subtle enough to escape my gaze. But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see. No, I don't. This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Ah, a stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word recently? Oh, yes. That's what Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday. You see? There it is, just over there. Oh, yes, of course, that magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions. What? Really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? It's because they have ever so slightly different perspectives. It uses the same trick that your eyes use when your brain stitches together the image. No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. I, for one, simply have to know. How stereoscopic prints work. Have you ever considered, Runo, how our eyes see depth in the world around us? Well, I just open them and it works. But the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes. Shocking. Yeah, I know how this works. If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. What you see with your left eye and what you see with your right eye are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes. Mm. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly. And in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges these two views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see. My brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. Ah, I think I see. So the pair of photographs consist of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick. So, if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'd be able to see depth in these prints. Yes, Runo, you're beginning to understand. And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that. Well, it's to trick your brain into doing that, not really. Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. You can, really. How to view stereoscopic prints? That means I'll get to try the trick with the images here. That'll be kind of fun. Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh, yes, I'm dying to have a go. Susato-san really loves this kind of thing. You need to be able to cross your eyes, and that's the main thing. Can you both do that? That's not something I can do easily. Cross my eyes, I think I can. Well, maybe that means Ryunosuke's just gonna put the image together for us. Watch me and see if you can copy. Okay. Sorry. She looks really silly. She looks very silly. Make your eyes do this. Alright. Let me try. Let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? No. There. How's that? Wonderful. Now it's your turn, Runo. The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time. Not exactly an easy task when two people are already staring at you cross-eyed. Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try it, looking at the prints. Start by staring at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. You should see two overlapping images like this. Oh, they're actually showing the... You try it now, Runo. I'm just gonna have to give it a try, I suppose. print split into 2 images for you. Now, the next step is to put the pair of prints side by side like this, and then try to cross your eyes again. The prints should slowly merge together until they form into a new single image in the center. Oh, yes. Mr. Naruhodo, it works. I can see it in the middle now. It looks so real. Oh, I could look at it all day. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Runo. I don't think I can actually cross my eyes to do it properly. Pretend you're looking through the 2 pictures and slowly cross your eyes. I don't think I can do it. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the 2 images overlap exactly in the middle. Like this, is it? I don't think Ryunosuke can do it. At least I can't do it. There, you managed it. So now you know how stereoscopic prints work. Images. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. Well, there's that. So, what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Runo? They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. No, some people find it easier than others. But that's why contraptions like this, for people who... wait, what? Sorry, this statement feels like it's missing a word. It's missing a word. Oh no, I just didn't read it. Okay. But that's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? Yep, there's one there. If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here. Then, set the pair of photographs in this stand at the back, and... It's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. But yeah, VR goggles actually use the same trick, just FYI. Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. But if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Stereoscopic print pictures I'd never even heard of them until yesterday. We've certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll never actually need. Or I'll ever actually need. The second white cat photographic print has been entered into the court record. Oh yeah, because we examined redemption ticket issued from Mr. Windibank. It says something about the box, right? Yeah, it did. It did. Mr. Windibank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he found on hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. Okay, well, we already got that. Let me get this to update the court record by looking at the... Oh, wait, whose blood is this? Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wondered if Susato-san had picked up on that. Well, in that case, yes, we need Iris. We should show this to her before we forget. White cat photograph number 2's information has been updated in the court record. Alright, let's go show this to Iris. Here you go, Iris. Help us out with this one. Oh, that looks like blood. I would say it's from a gloved finger. Almost certainly a glove made of leather. Well, don't worry, Runo. You can leave the rest to me. That is purple. Look at that. Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Well, this particular stain of blood... Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? I wonder... Do I have... What people do I have in the court record? Then no. I can't answer this right now. Dryoktan, thank you for the follow. Sorry about my pronunciation. No, I have no idea whose blood this is. How could I? We don't have a known sample of the same color. Without that, it's impossible to know. Oh, how very vexing. I wonder... what? Well, it's true that the color doesn't help us. But What about considering how the mark came to be there in the first place? You might have an idea about that, mightn't you, Runo? Not if you keep staring at me like that, no. Let's try that again, shall we? Well, this particular stain of blood. Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? Well, I guess I gotta guess. It's on the, specifically on the back of the redemption ticket Gina had. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction. That's right. I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well. You first, Runo. Who do you think it belongs to? Well, alright. I believe that this is the blood of Magnus McGilded, Gina Lestrade, Thrice Fired Mason, or Pop Windabank. I honestly think it's Mason. Yeah, it's Mason. It has to be Mason. Thrice Fired Mason. You don't sound very sure of yourself, the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course, I'd never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice fired, though. The victim of the omnibus case. Yes, his name indeed was Mr. Thrice Fired Mason. But that would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Excuse me. Gina brought this ticket here to Windabanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at that time. So, it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Drink some water. Something else. Excuse me. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night. I'm forcing her voice a little too much. I gotta fix that. Now, I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. It's okay, it's a flashback of McGilded. It's okay if his voice doesn't quite match. It certainly does look like a leather gloved thumbprint, this mark. But we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body, from which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Runo. Very well. Let's make a note of this. The details of the pawnbroker's ticket for the coat have been updated. The blood is identified as Mr. Mason's. The blood samples portfolio has been updated as well. I think that's everything we need out here. Which means we should move... Or I guess, is there something else on the desk here? That ledger that's open on the counter, they're really... sorry. That ledger that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? It must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn. It's too much to think about. Better to sell it all and have a clear head, if you ask me. But clearly Mr. Windibank was very careful when it came to the articles in his care. Well, that's that then. Let's go to the actual crime scene. Behind that door is the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Gregsy said. Yes, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. Mr. Windibank, face down on the floor, with Gina beside him. As the accused's legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. We must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course, and we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Don't worry. If there are clues in there, I'll find them. Oh, do we have to actually move there? I guess we have to move there. Windibank's storeroom. Location's been added. The 16th of April. Windibank's storeroom. Poor Iris. She's clammed up completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windibank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Mr. Gregson. Ah. Oh, wait, Inspector.
What is it now, Sunshine?
You took one look at me and tried to run away.
You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer, do ya? I just... well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before, is the thing. I didn't know what to say to her.
So you weren't running away from me. You were running away from a 10-year-old. I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector.
Eh? Don't, don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you?
Gregson, no! I don't think that went very well. I don't think that went very well.
Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet.
And we have investigating to do ourselves. Yes. I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. And inquire into how Mr. Sholmes' operation is going. Well, I guess we'll talk to Gregson first. The scene of the crime. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Yeah. You've got eyes, haven't you? Use them. It is what it looks like. Nothing more, nothing less.
Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Gregsy, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Oh, yes, your ladyship. Do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, at shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside.
So, it was locked from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officers doing?
Quite right, ma'am. Quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible.
Oh,
As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thus wise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child.
thanks, Gregson. Are you talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector.
Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world.
She's still alive, you know? Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious.
And I'm afraid to say, she had the gun that was used in her hand.
No. Presumably, it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now.
In her pocket, we found the key to the door as well.
What? The key to the storeroom. And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector?
Correct. All of which leaves her ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding.
Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Sholmes's operation. Gregsy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he?
Um, well, the thing is,
Don't mince your words, Inspector. Please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is...
no. Dude, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well,
Out with it.
yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing. Renders the whole body insensitive.
The whole body... Okay. The whole body... How do you... My brain can't process how to say this word. Anesthetized? Sure, we'll go with that. Is that even possible?
It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep.
Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction.
The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, or so I hear. And now the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently.
Oh my.
No one knows if the anesthetic is still in his system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch till he comes round again.
Hurley. My phone was still on silent.
The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear, I shall get word to you.
What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Well, thank you, Gregson. We are now going to investigate this room. Starting with the bloodstain. The police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Poor Mr. Windibank. He was such a nice old man.
Well, he was shot just once, through the heart. Most likely, the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. This must be his blood then. Ah, I don't like to ask at such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps. Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action. Blue. So, now we know the color the chemical turns when it reacts with Mr. Windibank's blood. And it doesn't match our analysis of the bloodstain we found in the main shop. No, but let's add this sample to the others we've already collected anyway. The blood samples portfolio has been updated in the court record. Well, there's Windibank's blood. Is there something else I can get from here? Iris. Don't worry, I am alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. The gun. This is important. This is a revolver. A real one. And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windibank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Runo look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. And I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windibank with this yesterday, didn't we? And Windibank's voice. Well, it's fine. It's a flashback. I shall have to take my own life. I got kind of. Well, it's fine. It must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Windibank told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired. So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Well, that's something. What's up with this red box? Out of all of the articles in this storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript was being kept in. Oh. Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all of this... Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it.
without telling you. We'll get Gina's voice right at some point. We must check the inside of the box at once. I should have. That's fine. Yes. Ah. It was there. Iris's story was there. Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believed Hurley when he said he deposited it here, but still. It's a relief to actually see it. Really, because that's not a very well hidden frown. Iris's manuscript has been entered into the court record. Oh, we picked it up? Well, we'll look at that later. We have lots of other things to look at in here. Look at these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. I can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look. Pieces of different people's lives quietly gathering dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policemen shuffling around. Not much I can do about that, Sunshine. Okay, well, that's that examined. Is that all there is in here? There's a box that's been opened over there. Yeah, I don't see anything else that's highlighting. So I think we're good? I think we're good. Let's... Gregson's got nothing else to say. That means we'll have to go back out into the main shop. I want to take a look at the manuscript. If there's anything relevant here. Besides the title, I guess. The Hound of the Baskervilles. How does Susato-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. Well, that's that, I guess. We have that. What is this one? Gina's representation papers. Let me try presenting. Inspector, what do you make of this? Ah, what do we hear then? A redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote that ticket on whatever paper was to hand. Yes, this is the ticket for McGilded's overcoat. The one that little diver turned up with yesterday. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Really?
think you know better than me, do ya?
No, I didn't mean to. Runo's right, Gregsy. It isn't the same ticket.
Of, of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. I never doubted you, your ladyship. So, what's all this about, then, if I might be so bold as to ask?
This is a second ticket.
Second one.
It seems that Mr. McGilded, in fact, had another article in storage here at Windibanks.
Is that right?
I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, good. Because he's ever so easy to talk to. Yay! I was supposed to do this. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilded's overcoat.
You mean to tell me?
Yes, there was more than just the music box disc, it seems.
I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly.
Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilded deposited another article here with Mr. Windibank.
Yes, I can see it written here. A small box, was it?
Do you have any idea where it is, Gregsy? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilded. It could be an important clue.
Oh, well, yes. I suppose it could be. Please, stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles, I will. I'll go barking.
This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector.
That's enough sauce from you, Sunshine. There is, one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it?
Oh, yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So, the small box will no longer be in here, then.
That's right. It's been forfeited.
Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop, where the forfeited items are for sale. Yes, the shelves in the front. We must search them at once.
You're wasting your time.
Oh?
There are dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. We can't possibly know which one might have been McGilded's. That information is not written in the ledger.
Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case.
Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. This is getting old. Dong, dong.
Ah, I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Windibank set such a wicked trap? I I doubt he set out to scare anyone. That is also important relevant information. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Uh, oh. Her trial starts tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Well, I already have the representation papers, so... Don't you remember, Runo? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really, did I say that? Yes, you did. Sorry, I'm a little close to the mic. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we'd better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. Do I have to? Can I examine things? That's a music box. Do you have them where you come from, Runo? Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan. Oh, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gregsy to have a word. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. Well, I want to take a look at that very conspicuous box again, so we're gonna do that first. M key. This box is so conspicuous. Yes, I think this is where all the items that have been forfeited by their original owners are offered for sale. That's right. They've all got little price labels on them, but there are so many. I wonder if the small box this ticket was for is still on the shelf somewhere. The box that McGilda deposited here just over 2 months ago. Even if it were, finding it promises to be very troublesome indeed. There are so many boxes. It could be any one of them. Mr. Sholmes said that a pawnbroker's was the safest place to store anything, more secure than a bank's vault. So perhaps this small box of Mr. McGilda's contains something of very great value. Well, if that's the case, he'd probably have kept it locked. So then, we need to find every box with a lock and break them all open. Hiya! That sort of misconduct would get you arrested. I won't let that happen. This takes me back. It's been some time since Susato-san last threw me. Well, I guess that's that. We could look in here again. This strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. It makes you think. When Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. Well, I guess that's that then. Well, off to the prison, I guess. "16th of April, 5:41 p.m. Local prison, cell 13. Ah, Gina. Good, you're back. Ah. The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Eh? Oh, didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at Windibanks. Oh, right. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying that I did it. That's not... Gina, we came to ask for your final decision. Eh? What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right, I see. She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. Oh, all right then. Blimey, get a rest with them eyes, Iris. So, come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't
yet managed to work out who the real culprit is. There are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh, yeah, like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know now why you broke into Windibanks that night. It looks like I'm gonna have to take out some evidence that clearly reveals the reason and thrust it in Gina's face. Or perhaps I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. We already have the representation papers and other documents we need. All we have to do is hand them to the court clerk. That is, if you'll allow me to represent you in court tomorrow. Nah, don't bother. Ginny, rip 'em up and chuck 'em, would ya? Them representation papers or whatever they're called. This cell ain't fancy enough to have a bin. So, what will you do in court tomorrow? I'll be fine on me own. I don't think you will be. Look, it don't matter. What's gonna happen is gonna happen. This is one stubborn pickpocket. Alright. Gina was here to get Iris's manuscript to prove that Sholmes stole it. Well, sold it. We found this in Mr. Windibank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Excuse me. Ah. Oh, right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Windibanks showed no sign of being ransacked for the items of value or the like. With one exception. The box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing the manuscript last night? Eh? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Ah. Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Iris's manuscript. Alright, yeah. This Baskervilles story. It's the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So, I figured it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh, yes. At least 5,000 pounds. Oh, what? So, you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No, Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Course I weren't gonna sell it. All I wanted was to find out if the mantle script or whatever you call it was really there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. For Iris's sake, isn't that right?
Uh,
We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did.
but I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well, um, um, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you'd said the night before. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that. Believe me, barefaced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling ya, that mantle script ain't at Windibanks. You'd soon see it if you had a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean, that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny, that was so sweet of you. Alright, alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. Her charms on her backpack. Iris's charms are really cute on her backpack. I keep noticing them every so often. It weren't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth. That's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest? If he'd really deposited the manuscript at Windibanks? It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris's lot ain't like mine. She's got her dad, only she can't see him. No, I don't need to be reminded of that. Okay. And I reckon that's gotta be harder. We know that Iris's dad died. No. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy. You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective? So much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner. Well, that's how I see it. Yeah. You're so thoughtful and so kind, Ginny. Yes. And we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I hate all this chummy nonsense. Do you hear? I hate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. 'Cause if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scarper. Is that dirt on the cufflinks? On the cuffs? I hadn't noticed until right now, but it's unmistakable right there on both sleeves of the overcoat. What are those stains? Are some very suspicious red.
stains. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. The blood sample portfolio or the blood on the card that belongs to Mason? Those stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. Blood yet. What? Blood, Mr. Naruhodo. You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So, could it be blood that spattered from Mr. Windibank when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Purple? Oh. Oh my. What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course. The black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. And the blood has reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha, yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder 2 months ago. I knew it. What? What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi, would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilded's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. Now, I ask yous. Sorry, throats were messed up. Now, I ask yous. What good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from McGilded trying to pull the victim to his feet.
No. If that was what had really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over Mr. McGilded's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I've tried to run from the truth for so long, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. Mr. Naruhodo. That horrible case is solved at last. And I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? Runo, did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGilded was innocent? I believed. Or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? A lawyer's weapon. Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama?
Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief. Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their case. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So, I believe you, unwaveringly.
What's funny, Gina? Core. Sounds like this Empire Japan you come from. Everyone must be soft. Well, come on. Look at the mess it's got you into. Believing in that bog trotter. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, at least you've learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. Soon as you let your guard, you've at it. Let down your guard. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one. Get hurt by no one.
Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip 'em up and chuck 'em away. Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants and all now. Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, a lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. I trust her. She was coerced under threat to give false testimony. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Are you half-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Naruhodo, didn't you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just trip off me tongue, and I'm a diver. Don't forget it. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina, I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there is more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who you won't ever, or people who won't ever let you down. It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? Then it's decided. I'll take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now, after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You Eastern lot are, I don't know what you are. I don't get ya. Yay!
she's let us defend her. Dina's taken herself off to the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out all right in the end, I think. Wait, I'm so excited to get into the trial. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Miss Susato? Somebody is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. Oh, what? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? I wonder who this is. Is it Gregson? Oh, it's Gregson. Dang it, I could have guessed.
I suppose you are using one of those mystic Japanese arts, like the art of stealth, that I've heard so much about.
If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Gregsy.
Oh, dear me. I'm most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you.
How long have you been listening in on our conversation?
Good grief. Listening in? No. I just got word there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is. Nothing untoward. Nothing at all.
After hours, is it that late already?
So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye, and bye.
That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat.
I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute.
Oh, I see. That's a shame.
If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, Lord Strongheart will, well...
Emergency? Lord Strongheart?
Nothing. Forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off.
Alright, Gregsy, if you have to, but let's chat soon.
Delighted, charmed. Can't wait, if you please. My pleasure.
That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. Gregsy's so funny. He says such silly things. It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency at the Supreme Court... I must attend to the court clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Miss Susato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruto. I shall meet you there later. Sorry, I just remembered she's gonna be leaving tomorrow to go back to Japan. And so our investigation came to an end. Susato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. 16th of April, 11:13 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Susato-san? Today's been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes. Gina was arrested. All on the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm. And yet, I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task. It's just 2 months since we arrived in London. But we've managed to establish this office. It was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Susato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. And what would that be? It seems to me there are many facets to be... Sorry, I tripped over my tongue. It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets. And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we see only a small number of those total facets, and what is illuminated is only a part of the story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live. That's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much. But I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear. That all of the facets will be illuminated and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san,
I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry, I've what? Oh, no, it was nothing unimportant. Tomorrow's departure. Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 a.m. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible, even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. One final task. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh, my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. What is that? Some huge bundle of documents. It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The McGilded case. It seems to me that this case of Mr. Windibank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with the omnibus case in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she's had to think about, Susato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I will do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. The McGilded case notes have been entered into the court record. Oh, that's gonna be something that will take a minute to look through. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should get to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Susato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, There, there's something I need to. Hiya. What? What was that? A secret technique of me. The Susato shutdown. Shut down. Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Susato-san. It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, and as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually my fatigue triumphed and I fell into a deep slumber. But I definitely have to go refill my water in a second. 17th of April, the small hours, St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. Yes, I quite understand. I'm assuming this is Sholmes. That is a great weight off my mind. Is this Sholmes? It's probably Sholmes. Yeah, it is. Okay, we gotta do Sholmes' voice. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place, exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much, says the mystery voice. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. We have no idea who's talking, yay! On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. Oh, Susa. My dear madam. It was Susato. At least she got to see him awake. To be continued. Yep, we're gonna go into part 1 of the case. I have to. But I also am gonna have to go refill my water, so we're gonna take a short break while I do that. Also, just I need a short break. When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. I'll go until there's music in the background. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last, one that I would remember for the rest of my days. 17th of April, 9:32 a.m., the Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Good morning, Gina. Alright, I'm gonna go take my quick break now. Forgive me, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Like 2-3 minutes. And then we'll get into part 1 of the case. I'll change the stream title now. Trial Part 1. Alright, be back in 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm all set on water now. We're all good. Let me fix this. I might be a little bit slow, but it's fine. I'm gonna have to start voicing Van Zeeks again. That's fine. He's not that bad to voice. Okay. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So, where's your friend, then? Sorry? You know, earn the fancy dress. Susarto, or however you say it. I don't know. Ah, Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You all right with that? Are ya? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again. One day. Even so... But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. Is this Shomes or Iris? It's Iris and Wagahai. How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Meow. Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Meow. Waggy! Great way to show your support, kitty. Let him have a nose around. What harm can it do? Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Runo, Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the end. You might not live to hear the bad. That is a take. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? The bad news was a weather report? So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover, and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Oh, gosh, yes. Alright then. So what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkeys, really. If only all good news canceled out the bad. And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. See? How do you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't, because you're covering your face. Don't worry. Runa will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will? And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be... Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Runo? Oh, yes, let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Today's paper has been entered into the court record. Is there something weird in the paper? Good luck then, Runo. I'll do what I can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest. But... Thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah. Iris. Yes, Ginny. Well... I was wondering, is all about Shelms. Did they fix him up alright? Yes, the operation was a great success. But Hurley still hasn't come around yet. I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I am sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Right. No Susato-san, and no Mr. Shelms. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom. It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Runo. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. "17th of April, 10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade.
I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Von Zeeks. My lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the Public Prosecution Service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former life, 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today, you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out. Thank you. Magnus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the far east, the Nipponese. What? Did he really just say that? He means you now, Bruno. I actually managed to work that out. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Von Zeek's eyes. Was that directed solely at me? Or was he talking about all Japanese people? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to hear the There's too many familiar faces here. This jury has too many familiar people, save for the 3rd juror. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Former lieutenant in the British Army here. Don't you know, chaps like me were born ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything. And I'm ready for it. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. But could I have? Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop.
Not this guy.
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Not the Russian revolutionary from the first case. Not that guy. He didn't even show up before. Why is he's gonna know? Is something wrong, Runo? Yes, lots of things. Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million in... Let me retry that one. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know. So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. Very well. Now, Lord Von Zeeks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what is that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. Oh, the prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. The crime scene photograph has also been entered. I now ask the court to turn its attention to the plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry. A door to the main shop that was found locked
In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windibank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket? She's one of those filthy drabs from the east. Oh well, only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands. What are you waiting for, jurors? We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious. After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpurse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At once, my lord. Crime scene floor plan's been entered. Windibank's revolver has been entered. This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo. I think that's because it has. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windibank on the 16th of April this year. These are some very suspicious looking gentlemen. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Names, Nash Skulkin. Occupation is, baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's, same as him. Ninga. Tobias Gregson. Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin' Brothers. What are you looking at me like that for? Don't lump me in with you lot. Court. Blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going through? It's our older bruv. Lost contact with him, we have. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. And then, last night we come across you. The very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo?
He is, Nash, he is. The very spirit of him. Why, now he has a pear? I can understand why Ringo has an apple, because Ringo is the Japanese word for apple. But Nash is not the word for pear as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong on that fact. So we decided there and then what we was gonna do. We was gonna call ya Big Bruv Sulky. Big Bruv Sulky.
Come on. Leave it out, you two.
Sulky Skulkin. And that's before he's run out of chips. Well then, inspect. Judge, you can't. Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson.
Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias.
What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand.
The... the Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft.
Thieves, are they? These three?
No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime.
By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence.
Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder.
Yeah, like how he's standing on the box. Order! Order!
The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow.
Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, skeptical. Sorry, why am I reading that like septile? Don't know. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw.
Happy to. 'Cause a Skulkin's never... Skulkin?
Get out of it.
Illegal entry. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the gas door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, core blimey lummy,
We heard a gunshot from the back room. We went and see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. I'm pretty sure they shot Sholmes. One of them. A terrible coincidence it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. And within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Bruno? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Cross-examination. Alright, we're gonna press everything first. The front door of Windibanks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this? Must have been about 1. Right, Ringo? Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Sulky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside. It's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Sulky, me old mucker? Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
Objection!
That is pure conjecture. Perhaps. But it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder. Simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened.
Hold it!
Well, more statements to go through. What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in?
Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say. Don't they, Ringo?
They do, Nash. They do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon.
God's will often present itself, God's will often presents itself as the whim of thieves, does it? It weren't no whim. I'm dead sure of that. I'm getting their voices so mixed up. This is disastrous. It weren't, Nash, it weren't. Like we said at the time. You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no two ways about it. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside. They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. It led us to a bloke what looks like our bruv. I said, cut it out. Those chips are getting a chomping today.
Hold it!
A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yup. Just the one, governor. I can swear to that. It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv? The firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Windabank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter. Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Windabank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true. I remember him saying that as well. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon? Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful. We went to see what was what.
Hold it!
Press this. Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom. Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Oh. Well, your turn to rabbit, Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose. You'd have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or a scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination, My learned Nipponese friend, it would seem, is of the former. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night. Thank you, counsels. So, I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet.
Hold it!
This is 100% a lie, this last statement. You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of me Lucy lockets. What in the world does that even mean? So, with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left. Nice and quietly, you say? That's right, Governor. Nothing we ate more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out, me Lucy lockets. So, you'd clearly like us to believe. Come again. As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say? Ah. Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway. It was. Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun. And as you fled the scene, you fired that gun. At London's greatest detective, Sherlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes. I did hear that, actually. There'd been a rumor he was rushed to the hospital. The great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel showed signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence. The Skulkin brothers' gun has been entered into the court record. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. Yes. Here's to your successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime, under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection!
Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there.
Objection!
That's not how it works. However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, We shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that those two fired the gun before they left Windibanks that night. The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbrokers? We'll have to do it with the blood samples portfolio. Present.
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth do you have there, counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have evidence the court is demanding therein? Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene?
This one.
Take that!
What is that? Explain. It is a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged in there. Yes, as your lordship noticed. The bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That is right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Nah. Order. How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zieks? If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hollowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Take it easy there, governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Sogi. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So, he knew, did he? Van Zieks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem, now, that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zieks? It has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brothers' gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and the victim.
Ah,
In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windibank at all. At all. So, that's it.
what is that secret handshake? That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash. We didn't. That's what I reckon.
Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget, attempted murder. Quite a catalog, eh, fellas?
Ah, we're in for it now, bruv.
Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly.
Where's he going with this?
Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look.
He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop.
Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What's that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption.
As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device.
Every half hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if the thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed.
The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question.
These are what I really want to see.
As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion.
Rather prodigal, I feel.
In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here.
You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I failed to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals.
One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera.
That's a bit of Friar Tuck, eh, bruv? Lady Lux loves a skulkin'.
Witnesses,
At what time did your trespassing begin? Must have been just after 1, right, bruv? Must have been, Nash. Must have been. Yeah, just gone 1.
in which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Good lord. It's the defendant. Miss Gina Lestrade. That's real bad for us. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt, coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. The photograph of Gina has been entered into the court record. I don't believe it. Ginny. In short, the accused is the only person who could have possibly killed Mr. Windibank. That's so bad for us. I say, my lord. Wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maywand, 1880. Don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service sadly. Course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see. The battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading this small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, mark my words. One for all and all for one. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Gardeb squadron's position, sir. Oh, what? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report for the court, men. On the double. His lordship insists a promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth. Now. Undeniable. Stop. I am very sorry for my brothers. They are unlucky. That's not what this guy's voice is. I am very sorry for my brothers. They are unlucky. But that guy, very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
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 I guess that's what his voice sounds like. Well, here we go again.
It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned.
But Ginny didn't shoot him.
No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well, the court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again? How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sorry. Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. The juror's contentions. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketing. Is that how you'd say that? We'll go with that. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated.
I think you'll find that if you look at a photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out.
If I have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. The circumstance of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom, locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by the witnesses. Not to mention this print. Take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh dear. Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder.
I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina did not shoot Mr. Windibank. Which means there's more to this situation that we've yet to see.
Agreed.
You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at the young pickpocket.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn-up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that, therefore, you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Gardeb house was the talk of the town after that business. Lodgers moved out, and I couldn't get a bothered soul to take up tenancies.
Oh.
Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough the old girl's clapped up.
In irons, in case you weren't aware.
Yes, can't be denied. You did do a lot, but not for us. That's for dashed certain.
I suppose not.
Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously.
Obviously, but honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial and less to the juror number 2.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see again. A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to the market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpurses, and crossmen, the scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes. That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Ranced magazine in between my duties. He does wonders, cleaning up London's streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes, a maid. It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail. It was the 2 brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it might just be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright, I shall amend my statement. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Look at the photograph in stereo. Sorry. Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks just as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim. Obviously.
Objection!
But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. The cameras are positioned. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? Maybe because you're wearing one? Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old, seeing the 2 prints merge into one before your eyes.
It's extraordinary, it's captivating, it's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh, yes. You'll find that stereoscope. The stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. Do we have photographs from the other camera? Do I? No, I only have the one. Wonder how we get there then.
Hold it!
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. Ah, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. A surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. So, what is it you think you've left behind? That's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing. Went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere.
Oh, what? Did he? Surely not.
Exactly. Surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really.
That's one way to put it. The other is manslaughter.
That's exactly my concern, and seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, I'm as sure as you can be without being sure.
I'm sure you need to be more sure.
Hold it!
Sorry. Radio transmission, what do you mean by that? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far East nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. But now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed. It makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You are well informed, young lady. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up, radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to 4 corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right, try not to wear out your fingers.
era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What other piffle? I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys. He's got some words to say on this. Juror number 3, sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on. I dare ya. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he just might be. Yep. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh? Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know. Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. And I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibility? Well, take the crime scene, for example. If you had a pair of photographs from the crime scene you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you'd never noticed before. What?
Have you got any, Runo? Any prints we could look at a stereoscope with?
Look through a stereoscope at? How about this print here? I think it should do the trick. This one.
Take that!
Arthan, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. I don't have the other one. I messed up. I definitely messed up. Because I wasn't given the other print. I'm sure that's where I need to go with this, but I just don't have the other one. Can this get me anything? No, right? What is this story on the back?
There's a sensational story lower down on the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice.
Ah, for a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news.
It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted. But how would somebody be doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Runo?
No, of course not. I wonder... Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday.
Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Okay, that's that then. Yeah, I messed up. I just have to present something and try again.
Take that!
Wait, sorry? What do you mean one more print? Oh dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how a stereoscope works? Runo. What? You need 2 photographs for a stereoscope. Remember? Yes, I do. You know, one for the left eye and one for the right. Oh yes, I remember now. But the print we have from the pawnbroker is just a normal photograph. No. I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then. I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is starting to annoy me. Let's get things back on track, shall we, Council? Can I press this to get what I need? Can it really show up new clues, though? Don't know unless you try. Can I cancel? Why can't I go back? Let me go back. No.
Take that!
Okay, we'll come back to this then. I'm sorry, I just restarted a really long
Take that!
thing of dialogue. No. I'm sorry, Iris. I didn't mean to. But yeah, there's 2 cameras in the shop. The second one will let us see the print stereoscopically. Almost certainly. Okay, we're back on track. We press that.
Hold it!
We have to press this guy. Please tell me you're not villain Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary.
Da. I believe there is such a rumor.
It's just a rumor.
As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal.
Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out.
People call me revolutionary murderer, autocrat.
And which glove fits?
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Right. That didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts.
To be treated like vicious criminal all the time. It is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look.
The Skulkin brothers.
Maybe they weren't inside Pawnbroker's shop, but they have done nothing wrong. That is all I wanted to say.
The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night. Alright, well, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Runo? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. If I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over. But we know Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yes, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. Can someone give me the other photograph I need? I guess we have to pit her. We have to pit her against him.
Objection!
Those are conflicting statements. Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord, counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement. Contradictory.
Contradict. C-O-N.
Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick.
I do not have stick. I have mouse.
As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear.
Abdomen, A-B...
Sir?
Sorry, my English is still learning.
You are telling the court you didn't hear.
Forgive me, I did not hear.
Ugh.
Ah, here is the word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. This is what you mean. You should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker.
Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again?
So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before we never done nothing, but truth is they shot detective. Da, this is double negative.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal.
Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced.
This means... When they said we never took nothing, maybe that was also a big fat lie. Is this true?
Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found.
Enough. I trust no one now.
It's not the mouse's fault though, sir.
I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate a crime scene myself.
I'm afraid that... Yes, it is, Runo. Easily. Sorry? With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder. Ah. If you compare the print that pictures Ginny and the next print from the half hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight.
So, this was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken. Wait, something just moved when it switched. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print.
So, brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot men, but stole nothing.
It would seem so, yes.
Good.
No, not good.
You were right. I did not understand situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial.
We got one. Yay. Well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. There must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we might just turn this situation to our favor still. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that.
In lake of lies are many dead fish. We must find truth, therefore I say not guilty verdict.
Alright, we have a new print. So here's the first one. Okay. Okay, everything... This entire pile of stuff here, it doesn't look like anything is missing, but it's all notably moved. We can use this to present to the stereoscope guy. That should get us something. I really want the shots from the other camera, though. I wish I could have those. But we know that Ginny never shot anyone. Yep, this is a repeated statement. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna get this guy to do it with... Photograph of Gina.
Take that!
Present.
The post-shooting photograph is the second one I would like you to look at, sir. Alright, these two prints were taken with the same camera in Windibanks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in positions of some objects.
Then, when your brain merges the two images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important. So, what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then? No. Obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally anyway. Oh. Oh. Of course. Now I see. Ah, I think the young girl has discovered a secret. I have. She's cross-eyed again. I don't know why. Iris's face specifically when she's cross-eyed. It's so good. Oh, it's so good. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these two pictures from Hurley's camera, Runo. Go on. You can see that there's a really obvious difference between them. Of course there is. There are two people in the first and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, try looking at the picture in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So, to start with, you have to cross your eyes and try to make the two pictures overlap exactly. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each other in the picture overlap in the middle. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly, Runo? Ah, what's going on with these two pictures? Some of the things on the counter they sort of jump out at you. No. The judge was making himself cross-eyed to look at it. No. It's fine. We got him. Van Zeeks has a stereoscope. Yes. That's it, you see. That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of these things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principles of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope. As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using the stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the positions of certain objects that let you see the pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems like the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, this shows that there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What? Me? I haven't the faintest idea.
You know, Runo, it's quite simple.
It is.
Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So, that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter.
Zookers.
What kind of word is that? Mr. Gerdeb, are you sure about that one?
Someone tampered.
New information. Stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop. Yes. We've had to go around in circles a little bit here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is now clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom?
Are you suggesting you might know?
Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. 30 minutes. I'd be one of these guys, right? The Skulkin brothers. They were certainly there for an amount of time before we got there.
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently in the stand. The Skulkin brothers.
Wait. This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockett. My phrase book says dukes is meaning hands and Lucy Lockett is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you are saying?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Now, hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that.
I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely.
And why, exactly?
As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windibank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interests lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pick purse. Common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better. In fact, worse than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves?
Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair.
He headbutt the desk to keep his hands clean. No. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings.
You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Ooh. Sorry, my alarm. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop. I got jump scared a bit by my alarm. It always happens. Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue. Yay! Well done. Oh, by the way. What? You should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely. But, alright. The stereoscope has been entered into the court record. Lord Von Zieks, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about the activities in that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina's innocent. To be continued. But yeah, I think I'm going to be wrapping up the stream here, thereabouts. We'll have to continue the next part of the trial next week, because, ooh, I am starting to get really tired and don't want to make you all stay up too late either. So, let me switch it over to the other thing. But yeah, thanks a whole bunch to everyone who was here lurking tonight and watching the stream, having it open. I'm like 95% sure this will get me to Twitch affiliate. Probably. So, I appreciate it a whole lot. It's gonna be able to let me do some more stuff with my channel I'm excited about. So, like, make emotes. But yeah, my streaming schedule is gonna go up tomorrow, probably. I'm probably gonna adjust it based on whether I actually get affiliate here. Yeah. Because if I do get affiliate from this, which I definitely should, I 100% should, then I'll have to make emotes and stuff. So it'll take me a few extra days to prep that stuff, so that I can have a really good first affiliate stream. But yeah, again, thanks you a whole bunch, and I hope you all have a really good rest of your day or evening. I really appreciate it. Have a good night.